Community Days 2026. I'm very happy to see you all here. So before we start, I have just a couple of housekeeping notes. So first of all the presentations will be recorded, so you don't need to take too many notes. You can take if you still want to, but we will share the presentations afterwards. Second of all, the questions you have for the presenters, you can ask up like at the end of the presentation. I will just, throw the mic, and you will have a chance to ask the question. And also I wanted to say hello to everyone who joined us on live stream. Also for you, you can add the questions to the presenters. Just simply use the chat option in the live stream, and we will, after the presentation, answer also your questions. So I wish everyone a nice 2 days of the conference, and I pass the microphone now to Raimons, our CEO and founder of eazyBI, to open the community days with the first session.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone, from me as well, and welcome to eazyBI Community Days. And so I'll give you my annual update of what we'll be doing during these 2 days, and what's new, what's upcoming. But at first, so we all live in the age of AI, and so we are using it to automate our support, provide AI assistance, and we use it in our coding new features. But of course, we still value a lot human connections, and therefore we really are grateful for all of you who came here today so that we can have real live connections and have your feedback, have your suggestions, and just have a nice chat with you and have a party afterwards with you. And also thank you for all who are joining today live in the live stream. And please participate with your questions and feedback as well. So this year is a special year for us as we are celebrating our 15th birthday. So the birthday was 2 months ago, and so we are now doing the celebration all year. Yeah? So whenever we meet with our customers and partners, we are doing some parties. And so that's how it started 15 years ago. So it was just me. So I was doing TDD, T-driven development, and creating the first version of eazyBI, and that's how it's going now. So I'm really, I couldn't imagine, but I'm really grateful that we have now a great team, and we have thousands of customers all over the world and tens of partners, and so that has been a really nice journey for us. And all the time we have been focusing just doing one product, eazyBI. But this year, as you probably noticed, we launched our second product. And our second product is a book. And a book about how eazyBI was made and how we do things. And about more than a year ago, my colleague Ilse asked me that she had an idea, and asked for permission, and of course I said, good, go ahead. And I'm really thankful for my colleagues, Ilse, Evita, and Lauma, who wrote the book. And so we are giving this as a present, our birthday present to every one of you, and so to all attendees who are here today. So we have physical books, so then later you can get the physical book and get a signed version of it. But for everyone else, you can just go to the eazybi.com/book, and there you can download or read it online. So the short summary of the agenda for these 2 days, so you can see it everywhere printed out, and so for on-site attendees, so it's easy. We have just a single track that you just need to come here and listen and participate. For live stream attendees, so please do the calculation, so what the times are in your time zone. And so I'll start with the yearly update right now. So after that, my colleague Dace will, who is our security officer, will tell about why your data is safe on eazyBI Cloud. Then we'll, another Dace from FlexBI will continue with, so she's our long-term partner from FlexBI and will share implementation experiences of eazyBI. And then we have more partner presentations today. So Brian from Singular will tell their use case. Then Geddes from Teambit tell their use case. And then after the lunch, we'll have a longer data mapping workshop. So this is one of the more complex parts of eazyBI that some of you might have done previously. So we'll help you how to do the learn how to do custom data imports, how to do data mapping to get your data into eazyBI. And after that, Rodrigo from Nimble Evolution, so he's our coming again to eazyBI, and so he's probably the coming the longest distance from the Brazil for the second year. So thank you very much. So we'll share his experience with eazyBI beyond reports. And then we have a couple of tips and tricks sessions where our colleagues will share some short presentations on what either they are currently working on and what will soon be available in eazyBI, or share just some favorite features of eazyBI, what you probably haven't experienced, and that should be fun and interesting as well. And the last for today will be one of our Yanis Vanags will tell about intentional reports. And then, as always, we'll have the after party, and all parties are our birthday parties this year. And this time it will be in Kalnsiem Kvartāls, so which is nearby, so about some 16 minutes walk. But there will be our colleagues who will guide those who want to go walk over there. And so it's good that it's not raining today, so it will be outdoor party, so bring your jacket. So it's not very warm today, but at least so near the grill, it should be warmer. Grill, drinks and games and party. Then tomorrow morning, our tradition of doing the morning run or walk. So that's the tradition that we have started in our small company meetups. And now we have brought this tradition to Atlassian events as well. So I'm now the main organizer of Atlassian community runs during Atlassian team events or during Atlas camps that we did in Anaheim and Barcelona and Amsterdam. But so please join for either some 5-kilometer run or 3-kilometer walk tomorrow morning, and we'll start at 7:15 from the hotel lobby. And then tomorrow, another Yanis, so as you probably know, we have a lot of them, but so this year 2 of them are speaking. So our Yanis from marketing will tell about Excel's user's guide to eazyBI, so how to use your Excel knowledge and transform to eazyBI knowledge. Then Ilse, who is partly in support, partly in marketing, partly in book writing, will tell about the context. And so nowadays regarding LLMs, so everyone talking about context, but then in eazyBI, context means something a little bit different. So she'll tell about that. and followed by my colleague Nauris, so who is our main AI assistant trainer nowadays, but so he will not speak about AI, maybe mention it, but we'll talk about how to understand descendants in eazyBI. Then again, I will have our one more presenter from Singular, Pamela, will talk about her use case. And then there will be one special tips and tricks jam session by my colleague Karlis. And then followed by report optimization by colleague Roberts. And then one more presentation from FlexBI by Guido, who many of you know also as one of the, well, the best eazyBI trainer. Yeah? So as we have using Guido as well to help our partners to learn eazyBI. And followed again by tips and tricks session from my colleagues. And then we'll have the not very eazyBI related presentation by Dmitry from Stiltsoft. So in the Atlassian ecosystem, we are quite a friendly community of different partners. Some are doing some similar apps like Stiltsoft do, and so we invited to share their experience, how they are bringing Jira data actionable in Confluence. And then Maria from Work Mobile will share her use case and experience. And the final presentation tomorrow by Zane, Prince of Chaos. So I have no idea what she will be talking about, so let's see. But then, as you see, there are many breaks as well, and during the breaks, so at the end, we'll have a support bar where if you have any questions or urgent issues with your eazyBI instance, please come and you can get the best on-site and fast support from all eazyBI team. So if we will not be able to solve it, at least give some guidance how to do that, then probably, unfortunately, that's unsolvable problem. But we hope that we can at least give guidance to all of you. Regarding updates, I also wanted to mention that we have this extended team of eazyBI, which are our partners, and especially our certified partners. So 2 years ago, we started our certified partner program, where are higher requirements and criteria, and where we request that partner consultants are passing the exam, and then we can tell to our customers that these are our best partners that can provide good eazyBI implementation, support training as well. And last year, I presented our first 6 certified partners, including our founding certified partner FlexBI, who is helping to train others, as well as Nimble, who is participating here. And during the second year, we have 5 more certified partners, including Singular, who are speaking during the community days here as well. So thank you for all certified partners who have invested their time to improve their eazyBI knowledge and help our common customers. Okay, so let's move to the main topic and update what's new in eazyBI, as we are releasing all the time some new features and sending you this information, but probably you haven't noticed some things, and so that will be a reminder. And some things are released just now, so that's hopefully will be interesting for you as well. And I wanted to remind that during the recent years, our main guiding principle while developing eazyBI is that we want that simple things are easy, so that's why we are called eazyBI, but still complex things are possible. And you can start using eazyBI in an easy and simple way with a lot of sample reports and dashboards and standard measures. But whenever you have more complex requirements, we try to enable these more complex requirements as well. And over time, we try to move more things which were previously complex to these easy and simple things. And the main enabler in the recent years for that has been our AI assistants. And so this is our special AI cat mascot that we sometimes use for describing AI, as sometimes we are joking. So to train these our AI assistants, it is as hard as to train the cat. And cat owners know that's practically sometimes impossible, but you need to use a lot of magic there. Last year, so I introduced the eazyBI AI assistants 2 years ago, exactly, in the eazyBI community days. And during the first year, so last year I presented that we had, during the first year, more than 90,000 conversations with our AI assistants, and we had up to 2,000 monthly active users of AI assistants. And in the second year, so we have more than doubled this number of conversations. So it's close to 200,000 conversations, and we have now about 3,000 monthly active users. So that's nowadays our main suggestion. Either you are starting to use eazyBI or you are existing user, please use them a lot, and so they are improved all the time, and providing you can do a lot of things much faster. Let's quickly go through all AI assistants which are available and which are some recent improvements there. So the general AI assistant technology and platform is similar, how we do them, but we make them available in each specific eazyBI screen, page, or dialogue, and they are then using all the necessary context and for that particular use case. And our most used and popular AI assistant is Report Builder Assistant for building new reports or updating existing ones. And so now we are all the time improving that it knows about all the report definition options. And when there are some new features, we are updating it so that it knows everything. And then maybe you don't know maybe all the places where you could use and add these new features, AI assistants will know it. Initially, we primarily focused on creating new sample reports, but now we have improved them, and we are recommending them that you can use also to update your existing reports. Just open your existing report and then ask how you would like to change or update it. We have improved how we format assistant responses. Now you can better see the thinking progress, including the tool calls, so that probably you get better feedback, and then you see that it's not stuck. So it's really thinking and trying things, and so you need to wait a little bit. As well as we are providing the conversation history. So for the last month history, you can open and review what you have discussed previously with them. Just recently, that if you sent something by mistake or you don't want to wait, so now there's a stop button that you can stop the response generation and change what you wanted to ask to them. As well as we are improving and updating the backend large language models, LLMs, what we are using. And currently we are using the latest Claude Sonnet 4.6 model with adaptive thinking. And therefore, sometimes you see that if there's some more complex question or where we need to find the best way how to address it, so it might think longer, but it will provide better responses. And we are reviewing all the time so how it's working, and then we are improving all the time the system prompts so that we respond correctly with AI assistance to all your challenging questions and that it really provides the useful answers. Our second most used assistant is MDX formula assistant. And the recent improvements have been that it can also look up other existing calculated member formulas. So if you are using in your formula some other calculated member formulas, so it knows what formulas are used in other calculations. So now it knows about and will respond how to use the formatting options what in calculated members provide. This MDX formula assistant is also used as a sub-assistant or sub-agent by report builder assistant. So you can also ask a report builder assistant, please create report and with this additional calculation, and it will use this MDX formula assistant to create a report specific calculated member in your report. And there are some improvements in formula validation and testing tools that we use. Then there are several new assistants as well that we have added. So the first one is a conditional formatting assistant. As some conditional formattings could be also simple, where you provide that if it's the value is in this range, then do formatting like that. But there you also can use the MDX formulas for doing some calculation, and then based on the calculation result, do some conditional formatting either in your table reports or in charts. And so therefore we have added the conditional formatting assistant as well, and you can ask it to whatever conditional formatting you would like to use. The next new assistant is a custom time hierarchy assistant. So these custom time hierarchies were introduced several years ago, and that was really the complex thing, possible part of eazyBI, that you can use custom JavaScript code to create whatever time hierarchy you would like to use, how to combine and yearly, quarterly, monthly, weekly hierarchies and change from in which dates it should start, etc. But probably that was the thing that whenever if our customers or partners wanted that, so they probably asked our support to help with that. And even our support probably was not quite eager to do that, and that was probably more asked from our support colleagues, well, could we have an assistant there as well? And now this custom time hierarchies have moved to this simple thing easy part, because you can just describe what you would like to build as custom time hierarchy, and it will create the necessary JavaScript code. It will suggest with which dates to test it, and just create and use it. So as you have more data volumes and as you create more complex calculations, you probably know that sometimes majority of eazyBI reports will be fast, but sometimes some reports might get slower. And then if you get some 60-second timeout, so you don't know what to do with it, and probably will ask our support why it's slow. But therefore, we have introduced a report optimizer assistant that it will, if you ask it to identify why is it slow, so it will run the report with additional profiling enabled, and it will track how much time it took to gather some data with SQL queries, how much it took time to do the calculations for each individual calculation formula. And it will provide the summary where the time was spent, and you can see what is the bottleneck. And in some cases, if we see that most often the cause will be some slow calculation formulas. And in many cases, you can ask this assistant to help to optimize this formula. And if it will follow some known rules how we can do these optimizations, it can suggest the new formula, it can test it, run the same report with this modified formula, and we'll provide the results, and you see whether it's improved, and you see maybe sometimes you can just use it to improve the performance. But if not, so then you can send it to us, and then there will be the session about optimizing reports tomorrow, but at least then we know much faster what is causing, why this report is slow. And finally, we have had initially already the custom field assistant for which helps you to either modify some options or add some JavaScript code for importing some existing calculated fields, as well as you can create new JavaScript-based custom fields if you during the data import. And the final assistant that we introduced is the homepage assistant. So whenever you have some generic question about eazyBI, or you are not sure where to find something, you can always open the assistant on the homepage and ask whatever question you have, and it has indexed and access to all our documentation page. And nowadays, probably it is much faster to use the Home Assistant to find the answer from our documentation than to go and try to search and find the corresponding documentation pages, as it will provide the links that you know that it's not lying, so it will provide the links to the actual documentation page, which are still human written, and hopefully you can trust them that it's true. So that was the short overview of all the different improvements in AI assistants, and please use them as extensively and as needed, and we'll, based on your feedback, we'll improve them all the time. Okay, let's move to the next part about different UI user interface new features that we have implemented. So the first one was quite requested for many years, that regarding table formatting and regarding table header formatting, that currently we were rendering the tables and then relying on the browser, how it will render the tables, so what will be the width of the columns. But sometimes you are not happy with the standard width, and now you can just drag and drop the size, reduce something, make it something larger, reset it to the default. As well as maybe sometimes you don't know, like these boring gray colors, and then you can also change the header background colors, either for all measures or maybe highlight some specific measure. And then, of course, you can combine with all the existing cell formatting options. And so now you can make your table reports as bright as you want. Yeah, so that's, that was released several weeks ago, so quite fresh out of the development. Then we have made improvements in Gantt chart options, and that also historically in Gantt charts the colors were fixed, so now you can change all the colors which are used for some grouping, then for some in-progress tasks. And then we added also conditional formatting in Gantt charts, so you can change them as well. And then we introduced that in addition to some start-end dates in Gantt charts, you can add additional milestones. You can select some additional dates that you can put on the Gantt charts, and they will be shown as milestones. And then when you present the Gantt chart content, so all the formatting options which are presented in the tables are available in the Gantt charts as well. So you can change the header formatting, the content formatting, conditional cell formatting, as well as in tooltips, all the rich content is now rendered as in the table. Then one frequent issue was that if you are using PDF exports of either some wide tables or large dashboards, we had the standard layout in the PDF export, standard page size and standard zoom level, Sometimes your wide tables or wide Gantt charts or wide dashboards didn't fit into them. So therefore, we have introduced both for the reports and dashboards PDF export options that you can increase the page size or you can change the margins and so that and test it so that all your content is fitting in the PDF export. As well as if you are using the PDF email subscriptions, then you can customize PDF email subscription subject line as well as body line, where you can change the text and then include the placeholders with some account names and usernames and dashboard names. Then sometimes if you want to understand what is saved in the report definition, so previously it was just some unformatted JSON, and then our support quite often just copied it somewhere else, formatted nicely, and examined how it looked like. So now you can preview the report definition in much better expandable hierarchical format, and then you can review what is actually saved in the report definition. But also, you can always just ask report builder assistant and to explain what is this report doing and what is saved there. So the next new feature, I would call it a result of PDD, presentation-driven development, that while I was thinking what to present, and I was reminded about the missing thing that many of you have asked, and I have experienced that problem as well, that when you are in any report, you can drill through list of issues, but then you see just the one measure that you drilled into. But it is much nicer now that you can add additional measures in the drill through results. You can select, for example, that I would like to see some issue type and assignee, change the order. You can order it and much better review it, the drill through results. And then if you save it in the report definition, so it's always the default layout is saved, and whenever you go and in a dashboard you would like to see some more details, you can always add something more. So this is just released to everyone in the cloud, I think end of last week. So this is quite fresh feature. And then sometimes we have a lot of nice, useful features, but sometimes we have our internal hackathon days, and especially before the April Fool's Day, we sometimes also make some fun. And so that was this year, that was inspired with our designer Marek, so made some stickers with Katya doing vibe coding and creating fish charts. And therefore, so during our hackathon day, so we brought these fish charts live. And so we announced that on April Fool's Day, but so it's still available under the feature flag, so whenever you want to prank your colleagues, you can use fish charts as well. Okay, let's move to the next set of improvements regarding source data import and new integrations. Of course, our main data source is Jira, and we are constantly improving Jira import options. So the first thing is that we added import of archived projects, or spaces as they are called nowadays in the cloud. So if you archive some projects/spaces in Jira, you can keep them in eazyBI for reporting needs, and then when we will update, we will update just non-archived projects, but your archived projects can still remain in Jira remain in eazyBI for reporting purposes. We added some filtering options in the data import options, in custom field import options, that you can select just currently selected custom fields. So if you have a huge list of them, so you can reduce and see what you are currently importing. Sometimes you have maybe some very specific needs, how frequently you would like to do some import. Currently, it's possible that you either do some daily at some time or do some hourly refresh, but maybe sometimes you want to do some weekly data import on some particular date. Now you can specify the custom cron expression and custom cron schedule to specify when you would like to do the data import. Then if you are using Jira import together with different Jira apps, some time tracking apps, test management apps, sometimes there is a need just to re-import these additional Jira app data, and there's an option now for that, as in large accounts the whole Jira issue data re-import might take too long time. And we also introduced recently Jira Service Management Satisfaction Comment import, so that you can do the reporting on them as well. Then the next is regarding additional data import. So far you could upload Excel files or CSV files to import additional data, or you could do the import from the Google Sheets or REST API. And now that was actually the command from our partner FlexBI. So you have Google Sheets, but so Microsoft now is also having this online Excel. And so therefore we added this Microsoft 365 Excel import as well, so that you can schedule regular data uploads from online Excel as well. Then we are all the time looking at what are other top popular third-party apps on the Atlassian marketplace, and there is one more test management app that we have created integration with. So now we have an integration with Qmetry. And then we are also exploring a lot of other data integration options, as we are quite knowledgeable how to do the software project or service project data analytics, and we are looking what are some other alternative similar solutions. And in last months we have created the integration with uTrack by JetBrains. So it is a kind of Jira clone, so as Jira looked some 10 years ago and still available on the server and the cloud as well. And the data integration is very similar. So if you are exploring some other similar issue tracking tools, and you can use then eazyBI with uTrack as well. Then several improvements in eazyBI administration area. The first is probably not so related specifically for eazyBI administration, but I wanted to mention it here, that we recently migrated to Atlassian Forge platform from the previous Atlassian Connect platform. And hopefully you didn't notice that, so that was the goal, so that eazyBI continues working as is. But mostly I wanted also to remind you that we are using Forge remote modules, which means this Forge app, but still working with our remote backend with eazyBI Cloud. Sometimes we get the questions whether we will be runs on Atlassian. So currently the Atlassian Forge runtime and SQL databases are very limited in terms of data volumes and processing capability, and so we exceed 10 or more times these current limits, and so therefore for the upcoming future, so we can't fit the power of eazyBI into the Forge runtime, and therefore will not be runs on Atlassian. But we are working very hard so that we can earn the trust of our customers, so that they trust our cloud, and that will be the next presentation what Dace will be telling about. Then about administration improvements, one is that we have created a new administration all source application pages, all source application page. So if you have a large eazyBI site with a lot of different accounts, and then sometimes maybe there are some errors in some accounts, or maybe some employee left, and therefore these imports are failing. now the site administrators can see all your source applications from all your accounts in one page, and then you can filter which are currently in error status, or you can filter them and reset and force the re-import of them, or reset the authorization if they are, for example, failing because they were authorized by some employee who is not active anymore. Also, for administration purpose, we have introduced that in reports and dashboards list pages, there's new filter to find the reports and dashboards who are where the embed token are added, so that they could be exposed to other users using these embed tokens. And sometimes you probably want to review that so that you see that it's maybe some reports should not be shared like this, and you could find this much easier. Then I wanted also to remind that we have our learning center that we are improving all the time. And initially we started with these learning lessons, how to build reports, how to build charts and dashboards. But so during the last year, so we focused on these new learning lessons, learning courses about MDX calculations, and starting how you can start with them, then covering these concepts of tuples, and then the last one is just recently released regarding what are sets in calculation formulas and how to understand and use them. So even nowadays, if you will generate most of your MDX formulas, so it's still valuable that you can more or less understand what's generated, and then you can review it. And so therefore, for all key eazyBI users, for partners, I would definitely recommend to go through these latest learning courses where in interactive way you can go through this creation of calculation measures and with explanations so that you understand better the main concepts, so that you can review and verify that what was generated by AI assistants is really what you need. Okay, so that was some summary of the main new things that we have implemented in the last months, and there are a lot of them, and so we are also trying to improve our velocity using the new AI coding agents, and so I hope that we will continue like that as well, so to bring a lot of new features all the time. But I wanted to highlight a couple things which are upcoming soon and that we are working on. So the first thing is that we still love all our data center customers and our private eazyBI customers as well. And I wanted to remind that eazyBI is still having the same source code that we deploy all the time to our cloud, but then we, from time to time, we packaged it and release as data center apps or as private eazyBI. And now we are finalizing the new major version 9 of our data center and private eazyBI. And so mostly it will include all the latest features that I just presented, which are available in the cloud. So all the latest AI assistants, which are also available for data center apps and for private eazyBI, all the UI and source data improvements. So they should be coming in the upcoming weeks. Hopefully we'll finalize the version and we'll release it. So those who are still on the data center, please do upgrade. And also we understand that so those who are now planning, so the migration to the cloud, so probably takes a little bit longer, and then you don't want to do all the migrations to the latest Jira versions before that, and so therefore we are supporting also the older versions of Jira that probably Atlassian is not supporting anymore. Like we still support the latest Jira 9, 12 long-term support version. We will support that with eazyBI version 9 and all the latest Jira 10 and Jira 11 versions, as well as Confluence latest 8.5 long-term support version, as well as Confluence 9 and 10. The only thing that we are dropping is Java 8 support, so I hope that no one is using this ancient Java runtime, which is more than 10 years or whatever old, because there are some new Java libraries that require at least Java 11, so therefore we are supporting all the major Java runtimes since that, Java 11, 17, 21, and 25. As well as we'll review and support some very old versions and non-supported versions of the databases as well, so MySQL, Postgres, Oracle, and Microsoft SQL. So please keep these databases up to date on the level of supported versions. So we are adding new source data integrations all the time as well, and exploring where else you could use eazyBI. And one thing that we are now working and finalizing regarding the GitHub integration. So currently we already have the GitHub DevOps metrics import if you are using Jira, so then it can get all the GitHub pull requests and builds related to Jira issues. But now we'll add this as a standalone integration as well, so that you can select which GitHub repository data, pull requests, commits, issues, actions you would like to analyze, and then you can get some summaries regarding some pull requests, their development, review time, merge times, etc. As well as you will be able to analyze some commit details, so see, do you see these spikes in number of commits due to the AI agents developing, generating all these vibe-coded commits, so whether you are spending tokens wisely. So yeah, that's the thing that we are working on now, and as a GitHub user as well, so we have our internal needs for that. The other upcoming feature is improvement for REST API data import. And currently, for REST API, you can have a single endpoint from which you would like to import the data. But quite often, from one base URL, you would like to import several data. And therefore, we are improving REST API source with the option to have multiple endpoints. So you can define once what will be the base URL, what authentication you will use, whether maybe you have some common custom JavaScript code that is needed. Then you can define multiple these endpoints or these individual importers, as we will call them. For example, from some customer transaction system, maybe you want to at first import the customer data, then some product data, and then some transaction data. And then you specify for each endpoint separately this data mapping, and then they will run in that exact sequence, and then you can schedule when you want to do it. As well as we will add, so that's the candidate for the new AI assistant, to create a data import and mapping assistant, so that instead of what now you will, in the afternoon, Martin will show you and teach you how to do these data mappings, but hopefully in future you can generate it more faster and automatically, but it's good to review and understand these data mappings as well. And then it will look something like that for the REST API, at first you can stick with this previous single endpoint data import, but then there will be this option to select that you want to do this multiple endpoint data import, and then you can define these multiple importers, each importer with the separate data mapping screen, and then when it's running, then you can see also how it's sequentially running, and if there are any errors or whatever, you will see where it happened. So returning to what I started, And I've been 2 years ago playing with these two letters that now everyone is talking about AI, but we are still using these two next this letter, this BI. And some are questioning, so in the era of artificial intelligence, do we need these traditional business intelligence tools at all? So probably in the future, just everyone will just ask some kind of AI chat, some kind of AI agent to get the results. And for example, I made comparison that I opened the eazyBI in Jira and also open the Rovo agent. And so let's ask the same question. For example, that I show stacked bar chart of how many eazyBI work items were selected for development in progress in review statuses at the end of each of last 12 months. So now I'm running it at 4 times speed, so it's a little bit faster. But in about 20 seconds, our assistant gave the result, and then if you would save that report, so it would open in 1 second, you can get the result. And so for Rovo agent, it took about 3 minutes. So it tries and thinks really hard about it, so where I need to fetch all the data. And finally, so it found the correct answers, and actually the resulting chart is the same. But will you really in daily life want to ask this perfectly formulated prompts and then to wait for a couple of minutes to get the answers? So that would be similar that when you are driving a car, so would you like to ask every time, so what's my current speed? And then wait for a minute to get, okay, your current speed is like that. Probably not. So therefore you have these dashboards. And so that's a similar thing that probably you don't want to always ask some perfectly formulated questions to get the data, to get some dashboards that you are some core KPI indicators that you want to have a look every day. And if you have some dashboards, for example, in my case as well as a CEO of our company, I have many dashboards that I have trained my eye, that I'm looking at them every time, and then maybe I spot there's something different, something else is different. These traditional BI technologies are very good at doing this statistical analysis and giving this statistical overview and summaries of the data that you can see and check every day. But then, sometimes when you see, okay, I see that there's some larger amount of issues in progress, for example, and then I'm interested, so why are they? And then traditionally, I would drill through it and open in a Jira Navigator that. But now, you can download this as CSV and upload to Rovo and then investigate if any bugs are too long in progress. And so then Rovo agent will just take this smaller amount of Jira issues and then will explore their description, their change logs, and what typically you would go through and do it manually by yourself. Then for this ad hoc analysis and then for this qualitative analysis. So their AI, these agents are very good and can be very valuable. And so that's what I see, that it's instead of doing one versus other, so think it's better, so think about how you can use them together. And so Atlassian is working on that how to provide more Rovo integration options for Forge apps as well. And so the idea would be that we can expose this eazyBI as a tool for Forge. So whenever you need to explore, take some details, some results of that report, and then analyze it further, and then combine with some other data. So that's the approach, so how we are thinking about the Rovo and integration. But it's not just about Rovo, so as you know, so you never know what will be the top agent now. So for some it's Claude Code, for some are saying now Codex is better, so then it's some other agent will be better. So therefore it's also we're thinking so how we can expose eazyBI to even more different AI agents. And one current trend approach is that these coding agents, which are the top agents currently, they are very good at command line interface. And therefore, we have created and internally testing eazyBI command line interface. And so with that, so if you install it in your computer, so you can create several authentication profiles, either with Jira Cloud sites or with your DC app or private eazyBI instance, and maintain multiple these authentication profiles and specify with which you would like to work currently. And then it will do the auth-based authentication where you approve it. And then with the eazyBI command line tool, so you can see the list of accounts that are available to you, select what you would like to work with. You can get the list of reports, what are available, and then you can export some report results and in CSV or PDF format and use it somewhere else. And if you export to CSV format, maybe you can pipe the results to some other tool where if you want to do some automation. And so one option is that you can use the CLI tools in your automation scripts, but even further, so you can install it as a skill in your coding agent. And so you can install it as a skill for RoboDev, for Cloud Code, for Codex. And so these skills are basically descriptions how to use this tool. And then the tool as well provides the help page how to use that. And these AI agents are very good at figuring out how to use it for different purposes. And for example, the small example that I open Cloud Code with installed eazyBI CLI, and let's ask, use eazyBI CLI with my eazyBI Atlassian profile, in eazyBI account, run bugs created versus resolved report, and found out how many bugs were resolved in this and last months. So it figured out, used this authentication profile, found from the list of reports which report to use, run and exported it to CSV, and looked up the results from CSV and found out that it's this month there were 10 bugs resolved and last month 22 bugs resolved. So very simple example, but you can do it, combine in many different ways. And also with the, historically maybe CLIs were just for developers and for administrators, but probably that's not so complex to use for everyone in your team as internally in our team. So we are many more non-coding users are now using, for example, AI agents with installed the CLI to do a lot of different things where previously you would do it manually and find something in eazyBI and copy there and paste there. So now you can do it in much more automated way. So that's the future direction, and so what I see that it's not the question whether AI versus BI, but how we can use AI technologies, so what we are currently already using for building new reports, dashboards, data imports, as well as when you have created these BI reports, how then to give these results again to AI agents and use each technology where it is the best and where it's working much better. So thank you for your attention.
So do we have any questions? Anyone? To Raymond, your chance. Really? If no, maybe we have some questions online. No. Okay, then thank you, Raymond. So as the next, as Raymond already mentioned, we will have our security officer, Dace, telling us a bit more about how we at eazyBI do those security checkups and how we try to earn the customer trust And this will be a bit of story behind the walls, because this is something you don't see every day us doing or so. So
Okay.
yes, so let's welcome Dace. And yeah, I see that we are ready to go, right?
Yes, so hi, I'm Dace, and I'm a security officer at eazyBI. And today you will be hearing a lot about how to use eazyBI best, but my focus will be a bit different with my presentation, and what I would like to talk to you about is how we approach security and compliance aspects in eazyBI. And this is especially important in relation to customer data on, yes, eazyBI Cloud. Okay. Yes. So as more companies are moving from eazyBI data center to cloud, security and compliance have become quite a regular part of our everyday conversations, and we are getting more and more questions about yes, our security practices and compliance as well. So based on these vendor assessments and security screenings that I have participated in, I thought that it would be beneficial to talk to you about, yes, what is our security philosophy, how we are handling the data, the compliance aspect of this, and yes, also how shared responsibility comes into all of this. Because, well, yes, when you are moving to cloud, some things are changing a bit. But before we get into specific security controls, I wanted to touch upon a bit on what is our general security philosophy. And I, yes, wanted to start by saying that eazyBI has been built with security in mind from the very beginning. And this is connected to the background of our CEO and founder of eazyBI, Raimons Simonovskis, and his security experience influenced his decision to follow secure by design principles and secure development practices. So, yes, in our case, yes, security is actually part of the product requirements, so it's not just an afterthought, and it is definitely not something that we add to the product after, like as an afterthought. So, yes. And we have developed a great many security controls, and at the same time, we also do understand that also the security threats are evolving and the cloud environments are evolving, and also customer expectations are evolving, and therefore we must do our best to align with them. And so we do understand that you are trusting us with your data, and we have to be transparent on what controls and what security practices we can provide for you. And when we move on to this data security part, then the first question that we should be asking is, what data are we speaking about in this context? And that would be the data that you, eazyBI users, are choosing to import into eazyBI. And we are offering quite vast controls of what this data can be and what the restrictions can be. And yes, so you are in full control, and we are providing an option for you to do this safely. So in case of eazyBI for Jira Cloud, this import will happen with read-only REST API, and read-only would be the keyword here because it might be a concern, but it is not a concern that when you are importing data into eazyBI and eazyBI is connecting to your Jira instance, it cannot and will not modify any of your data. And yes, so another quite important part would be so account boundaries. And so each eazyBI account data is stored in a separate database scheme, and it is isolated from other customer data. And of course, all data is encrypted in transit and at rest. And the reason why I am stating these points is that as Raymond's already mentioned, eazyBI has been moved to Forge, but even with this migration to Forge, eazyBI still uses Forge modules with Forge remote functionality. And yes, this means that eazyBI Cloud is still used for data processing. And the reasoning behind this, as Raymond's already said, is that this is the way how we can support the same performance and advanced analytics that you are used to. Yes. So I touched upon the data handling part and the data import part, and now the next question would be about where this data is stored and processed. So in the case of eazyBI, that would be Google Cloud Platform. And the really nice thing about having Google Cloud is that, first of all, it's a well-reputable vendor, and they have all of their security safeguards and reports available. And so that is very nice from security and compliance aspect. And so yes, for us, Google Cloud is providing physical, environmental, and infrastructure safeguards, which means also data center security and cloud platform security capabilities. And yes, also having cloud infrastructure and using Google Cloud Platform allows us to provide, to support some of yes, your compliance requirements. And two of the most talked about are data residency options and multi-region backups. So yes, in terms of data residency options, yes, you have European Union and United States of America and Australia options, and also we are doing multi-region backups, which are daily warm backups, and with backup locations stored at least 100 miles apart. And I'm mentioning the 100 miles because this is something that very often comes up in vendor assessments. So yes, and one more thing, which is more about this data residency. So this is not as much about how fast the product can work, but this is more for cases when organizations have some regulatory requirements or they have their internal policy-based restrictions. So this is a good thing for that. Yes. So I did talk about data itself, the cloud infrastructure, and another quite important part would be access management. So yes, first thing would be that eazyBI is not using the same permissions schema as Jira, and we have our own role-based access controls. So you can control who has access and to what data. And this is relevant both for your own organizational users and yes, and also this access control also applies to, for example, eazyBI support. Once again, if you have some regulatory or internal reasons why you cannot have eazyBI support having access to your data, then you have this you're provided with this opportunity to opt out from support access. And if you will be choosing this, so the downside will be that it will become a bit more harder to receive support from eazyBI team in the standard way. But at the same time, the upside and the benefit is that it can, once again, satisfy, for example, a regulatory requirement. And when I'm talking about this limiting support access, it is, I also wanted to note that limited database level access still will be available for us. And the reasoning behind this, once again, it's restricted. It is limited to certain use cases, and these use cases would be, for example, incident handling, and if we need to fulfill our obligations within data recovery procedures. So, yes. And one more thing within the access management scope would be the audit log feature. So in cases where, for example, you have moved from eazyBI Data Center to cloud, and in Data Center you were used to having access to all of your logs. It's a bit different in cloud, but still, if you have enabled this audit log feature, then you will be able to see the actions performed by users, and it also has some capabilities of retrieving, for example, an accidentally deleted dashboard. So, yes. So, these were the general facts about data handling, and one more thing, kind of still within this same scope, are AI assistants. So Raymond's already told how amazing they are and how useful they can be, but we also do understand that that once again, regulatory restrictions, for example, or internal restrictions on use of AI, and there's a case where you are not able to use our AI assistants. And this is the reason why I'm saying that AI assistants are also not a mandatory feature. So they are optional, and it is possible to also disable them. Yes, but at the same time, like I want to state this because it's an option, but I wish that you are able to and have chosen to use AI assistants. So in that case, if you still have some questions regarding exactly how they work and what's happening to your data, then we have provided quite a vast documentation. But I do understand that documentation might not be everyone's cup of tea. Therefore, some of the most asked questions would be whether external LLM models are accessing your imported data. And I really do want to state here that the imported your account imported data is not sent to external LLM models, and external LLM models do not store your user messages. And yes, so your user messages are definitely not used to train their models. Yes, and also regarding the services, So eazyBI assistants are using Anthropic Claude and Google text embedding models, and this is done via Google Cloud platform, Vertex AI platform. And I am mentioning this because it's relevant in terms of, again, data residency and sub-processing. This means that eazyBI AI service integration uses the same Google Cloud Platform service where the eazyBI service is deployed on. So, yes. And that was the part about data. And now we can move on to the application security part. Yes. So I mentioned earlier that eazyBI is developed as so basically it is secure by design, and the most important part is that security impact is actually considered before the eazyBI app reaches you. So we have our software development lifecycle policy, and it covers secure development, it covers OWASP, and also the testing part. And yes, so we're doing both manual and automated testing, and it covers static and dynamic application testing and software composition analysis. And we also have automated vulnerable dependency detection and, yes, also bug bounty programs. So a lot within this scope. And while secure development and testing are a crucial part, still, security also very much depends on operational security. And we can test a great many scenarios, but no single team would be able to think of all possible conditions. And this is why we have our monitoring and logging tools. So we are using Google Cloud Logging and automated monitoring and alerting solutions. And we also have a wonderful DevOps team who is actively monitoring and responding to all of these events. So yes, and one more thing which I thought would be nice to mention is our status page. So we do believe in transparency, and this is a large part of our approach to security. And if we have an issue, if we have prolonged maintenance, then we reflect this on our status page, and that's also the place where we provide the reportable resolution information, or if there's a prolonged issue, the update information. So, yeah. I have told you a lot about our internal controls, and from what I've learned from participation in vendor assessments and security screenings is that these facts are nice, but you still need proof. And regards of this is where our external validation comes in, and this is why I also want to mention that eazyBI is still maintaining our SOC 2 Type 2 certification, and it covers all 5 of trust service principles, which are security, availability, processing integrity, confidentiality, and privacy. So yes, and the value of having this having this SOC 2 Type 2 certification is that it provides an independent validation that certain controls have been assessed and evidence of these controls has been reviewed. And it is also quite practical. I would say it's one of the most practical certification security frameworks and certifications in terms of that it's not only about getting this report once a year, but it is about having these controls in place and monitoring in place and auditable evidence, and it allows us to continuously show our practices over, yes, this extended period of time. And also, this is the place where I wanted to mention our trust center. So we are using Drata for this, and that is our. I have not put the link in here, but it's available through our security page. That is the one single place where you can get access to all of our security documentation. This includes our SOC 2 Type 2 report, and also where you can see our monitored control status. So that is also a nice part. So there's a high chance that if you will be inviting us to participate in your vendor assessment, I will be referring you to our trust center and the documentation from there. So yes, and another thing also from this external validation part is our alignment with Atlassian's security guidelines. So currently eazyBI holds a Cloud Fortified Program Participant Badge, and we actually do take these guidelines seriously, and we have already begun preparation for the requirements of the new upcoming security badge. So yes, and yes, so we, apart from our SOC 2 Type 2 certification, the Atlassian security program participation, we also have our bug bounty programs. And yes, so we have two. One is on HackerOne, and the other, which is the public one, is on BugCrowd. And yes, we are quite happy and quite, I would say, proud to have these, because having a public bug bounty program and even having two programs actually shows that eazyBI as a solution has maintained a certain security maturity level. So that is another nice thing. Yeah. Yes. So these all were the nice parts of how we're doing things and how we can assure you. And I hope that this would be a nice moment where I could also mention the shared responsibility part. And this is especially important for those organizations and users who are moving from eazyBI Data Center to cloud. And because some things specifically responsibility-wise are actually slightly changing. So from eazyBI's part, we maintain the service security, so we are responsible for the infrastructure, the application, the monitoring, and response. And we also provide quite a vast documentation on how to use eazyBI in the best way. But at the same time, eazyBI is a vast app, and it caters to a lot of different users and a lot of different organizations and use cases. Therefore, we have provided you with quite a few controls of how you can make sure that you are actually using eazyBI in alignment of what is possible and needed required for your organization. So this means that one thing that I already spoke about, which is the data import. So you as users of eazyBI, your organization, you are in full control of what data you are choosing to import into eazyBI. And from your part, by importing data into eazyBI, you are also confirming that you have made sure that this data actually can be processed on eazyBI. And also, we have provided, once again, documentation and on the controls of what you have in regards to user roles and data access. And this also includes not only users from your organization, but also eazyBI support and even if AI assistants are enabled. So yes, we are doing our best on providing all the information we can and being transparent of the options we provide. And well, this is not exactly so there's the part that we can do, and then the other part is what you must also make sure that you are doing in terms of, yes, aligning with your organizational needs and requirements. So, yes. With this all being said, I do understand that I have mentioned a lot of topics, and not all of these topics will be relevant for everyone. But still, the main point that I wanted for you to take away from this presentation is that, yes, security is not a single feature. It is not a single certification, and it's an ongoing process. It has a vast scope. It combines technical controls and monitoring and transparency and operational controls. And it is also, in a way, a shared responsibility. So, yes, we do understand that you are trusting us with your data, and in turn, we are providing the technical controls and the open communication on this. Yes, so thank you.
Thanks, Dace. And do we have any questions to Dace about the security topics? Anyone? Or you are simply shy to speak up today? So are you awake? Are you? Okay, you are. Thank you, Dace. So, yes, so now is the time for the first coffee break. So help yourself. The coffee is back there in the room and some snacks there. So also I remind that we will be bringing books there. So anyone who wants to get a printed book version can come just over and get one for yourself. And we see you back in 11:30 for the next sessions. So thank you. It's me here, and I'm really looking forward for you to take back the seats to the table so we can start and continue with the presentations. So while you are coming to take your seats, so I will introduce the next speaker, and it's going to be Dace from FlexBI, and FlexBI is actually our partner, alumni partner, in terms of speaking at eazyBI Community Days, because since the very, very first event that actually happened here in this hotel in 2017, they were also part of the speakers lineup. So, and it has been continuing through all the community days that were present on-site events here and also in Berlin. When we one year we had our community days in Berlin. So FlexBI has been part of speakers lineup for each and every eazyBI Community Days event. So, and for that one, let's have a big round of applause. And with that one, I give the floor to Dace.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here again and again and again. And it's always a new knowledge, new horizons, new ideas. And yeah, it's I really like that people still meet in person. It's a treasure that we sometimes forget. Today I will talk about sensitive topic, fragile topic, which is success and failure. And sometimes we don't like to talk about it. Sometimes we do like to talk about it. But I'll try to put some jokes in between so it's not that sensitive. So, eazyBI project implementation, timeline, and risks. And yeah, I will share my experience working with eazyBI and FlexBI projects worldwide. That has been for the last 10 years already, I think, or more. And yeah, we are also certifying partners and helping to maybe see different perspectives. As a FlexBI consultants, we work with the mixed data project. So Jira is one of the sources, and there can be plenty different other sources. So I will share my experience from that point of view. On daily life, business users, you have to interview them, and you have to be ready to perform that magic. And what they expect from you is very precise result. A very precise result in almost 100% uncertain situations. Well, I'm of course exaggerating a little bit, but more or less we work in a lot of unpredictability situation, and that's a bit challenging and can be sometimes frustrating. As you can see, I will talk a lot about feelings today. So technical people, feelings, that's what we maybe need, maybe not. Also, have you ever felt lost in your project and calculations? In a situation where you kind of do everything right, you do calculations, they're still not maybe as you expected them to be, you understand that there's some other metrics involved, and you need to do it again, and you're not sure if that project will be successful in general. I have been in these moments where we sit with our technical team and we think, okay, we can't solve that. But somehow, step by step, trying to dig in that pile, you start to get some little bits and pieces that help you to get to the result. Also, have you ever felt like you are not welcome in a project at all? That all your knowledge, all that you come with, is not welcome, and you look at the someone who's really technically active and digging deep into after the result, and all the other team is just waiting. That's excellent way how to little bit waste time and money, but still there are many situations when this is happening and observing it through the years. It's just something you can notice and maybe find out some little fixes how you can still make those projects successful. Have you ever felt lost in your own ideas? As eazyBI and all the other analytics platforms have so many possibilities. Technically, everything's possible. There's so many charts. There's so many visualizations that we could do. But what should we measure? How do we know where to start? And in all the technical tools still don't give any result without clear vision of what we want to achieve. Yeah, so in a project, we always have to be focused first on what we want to achieve. So, and have you ever felt that you just need help? There are books and there are courses about business analytics, but sometimes, especially when you start, you feel like there's so much going on, there's so much unknown, there's so many technical aspects, so you just need a little help. I was actually surprised how many jokes there are in internet about business analytics process. So I found it very entertaining, as you can see. But being a magician is not easy. So I will try to give you some practical advice from my experience that can help. So let's look at different aspects that can affect the project success and look at it from perspective of humans that are involved in the project, because to be successful project, we must make successful people who are part of this project. Yeah. So let's look at the project from this perspective. So every project basically is a change. Change means that we are losing something that was before, and we are moving to something new. And just imagine you always had a path where you go to work, and you wake up in the morning, it's not there anymore. You feel sometimes curious, sometimes not too interested, sometimes just mad, and you have to adapt to the change. So implementing any project most of the times is working with the change management in people's mind, in your own mind, and yeah, thinking about project from that perspective can help. eazyBI is a data analytics platform, and these projects have some specifics that we need to think about and not ignore. There's a lot of unknown scope. If you look at the project at the end and at the beginning, what was requested, most of the cases the scope would be changed by 80% or even more. It's nothing wrong with those people. They just can't know what they don't know yet. And when they start to work with eazyBI, they learn the possibilities, they understand, oh, that's brilliant. Oh, I never knew I could do that. So they get these new ideas. So that's absolutely normal that the scope can change. There's a lot of creativity, which is an exhausting process from both sides. So we have to be creative as partners, as consultants, and also people who work in a company and who use eazyBI, they also have to be creative. So it's not something, creativity is not something you can do constantly day by day, and it requires a lot of resources of the mind. So that's why there can be some little gaps in a project, which is absolutely normal. Also there's a lot of choices, yeah, so choosing charts, choosing visual visual views, how we're going to present it, how we're going to divide the users. Yeah, so we have to, in a situation where many things are possible, we having a kind of paradox of choice that we have too many opportunities, and sometimes it can be confusing. And the change management is consistent. So we have to think about change as a normal situation, because when we get to new tool, we have new opportunities, and we have new ways how we work with the system in general, and how we start to think. So we have to adopt. So 5 common reactions to the change that people get. So the first one is action. We immediately start to act and work and solve the problem and work towards the goal. It can be positive, and it can be sometimes also be negative, depending who is performing the action. So if there's some very technical person who is starting to program things before the management has decided what should be done, it can be also not that good. But action is being part, and it's easy to manage within a project. There can be people that decide to minimize. So they try to change as little as possible. It means that maybe they don't feel secure. Maybe there's too much pressure on them already at work, and they are not ready to give their effort. So that's also something we can manage in a project, and we can try to figure out and work maybe with all the parts involved that more resources are needed, or maybe somebody is rejecting the change and they don't want to be full on in this project. Yeah, so there can be some who are showing resistance. I don't like that. I don't like the change. That's not for me. I really like the previous way, how it was, and I'm not planning to do it in a new way. And in those cases, mostly it's the question whether of the personality that in general is resistant to change. Some people are just not that drawn to change. Yeah, probably you have noticed that. Or there can be also a value issue or management issue that there's not a common understanding about how important this is in general for the company to implement eazyBI, to get these answers fast, and not a clear these benefits that we're going to get from it. And there can be also people who stay in distance. They kind of participate, but they say, okay, you do your thing. I will just watch how you do it. So they're not saying no, they're not saying yes. And you can work with those to convince them, approve them that they can get benefits, and then they can be involved. Working with all these types of reactions is very important to get the project success. And actually, that's where the success hides. And as you can see, it's quite emotional process to release the old and get the new. Even if it's bright and shiny, we sometimes just find it hard, especially in a world where things are changing so fast and we have to accept so many new things during the day even. Yeah, it's not even in a month. So every day something new comes, we have to adjust. So people have a little bit of already this resistance to something new. Yeah, so we have to be really caring and gently. So from more, I would say, not the technical, but more structured perspective of people in general, people divide in innovators, early adopters, early majority, late majority, and laggards. When we started 10 years ago, we were working mostly with innovators. Yeah, it was those who were really brave. They were ready to work with knowing nothing what will be results, because mostly people are asking, what is that? Society that, or businesses that will be ready to adopt this technology. Yeah, because most of the people are only the followers, so they will follow if somebody already has done that. Also, every project, I have had situations when everything technical is good, the reports are good, the process is good, but it just doesn't work. And if we dig deeper, we find out that the reason hides behind the personal perceived usefulness and perceived ease of use. If somebody is interested, you can Google technology acceptance model. I've done some models also from BI perspective, but I will not get too technical. So that's just interesting topic of research. So people, if they're not convinced that this will be easier, they will not jump in, because we are just lazy sometimes as well. We are not wanting to waste our energy, because the energy can be very easily wasted. And so it can be very personal aspect as well. Nothing technical, nothing that something's wrong. So it can be a very technical reason for that. So actually, a decision about the project, if it's going to be successful, is made in the hardest part. So when we get to the bottom of this curve, so this is where a decision is made. And that's where you have to support your team the most. Because innovation comes only when we are out of this little hole where everybody's angry. So that's where you have to pay attention to people the most. If somebody's interested, you can search the Franklin Covey change model, which describes every stage in detail. I will little bit say about preparation stage. So clarify the project, if that's essential for the company. That's something you need to be sure. Actually, in preparation stage, you can diagnose all the issues that I mentioned before to understand if what is the temperature. Yeah. So try to prepare people for the hard times. Don't say it's going to be easy. It's always hard. Define the scope, but stay flexible. Don't use very fixed budgets or fixed methodologies. And let them talk about their risks and insecurities, because then they will be more free to also accept the technology in general. So top 5 common risk factors that I have researched in my work that I've done a couple of years ago, but it's the first one is there is no management blessing. If there is no management blessing, at some point you will still get into the corner where you can't get enough budget or you can't get enough resources, it's neglected, there'll be other priorities, so there must be a management acceptance for the blessing for the project that you're doing. If there's more than one analytics tool, like nowadays it's absolutely normal to have more, but it's a tricky situation. It's very tricky to have someone who has a total different universe in a company, so different analytics, self-built solution that they are managing and still want to stay fixed with that. If there's not enough resources, not enough budget, so that's something you can feel at the very beginning. Not enough people, there will be no dedicated person who will be ready for testing and so on. Or it's not a good moment for the company. Or you have done a lack of training, or just showing what you have built. These 5 factors were the top 5 for those projects who had the lowest acceptance rates. I was analyzing 76 projects done worldwide. And that's why I recommend to pay attention to these things. The only factor we can't really fight from those that I mentioned, the rest we can, at least they're manageable. It is the company cycle factor. So it's like you have a teenager and you try to tell them all these good things that you know and then you should, and it's just not working because they are not ready for that. So sometimes projects fail just because the company is not ready at that particular time. It doesn't mean that they will not be in some year or two. Yeah, some customers come back several times. But it's still something, we can't really affect that. Yeah, companies grow in their own pace. So what we can do, we can hold hand and support. We can be there and sometimes have non-technical discussions that maybe sound so unreasonable when we need to talk about it, so obvious. But for them, it's so important. Also, we can be precise and guide. We can build different structures and we can build different schemas to explain them, how data is connected. We need to be the ones who are the captains of the ship. Yeah, so we keep the expertise, we help them to navigate in their own data jungle, not saying that why you have this bad data, but we try to help them to fix it. Also, we can choose the right methodology. Not everybody's ready for Agile, because not all businesses know what is Agile, and if they're not, you have to choose the methodologies they can understand and work with. I like spiral methodology and interval method, which is quite good in unknown circumstances. Waterfall is something I would not recommend. Also, try to neutralize these bad factors. So try to, if you have diagnosed at the beginning that there's no management blessing, try to talk with them, try to meet them, try to meet the stakeholders, because at the end of the day, in 2 years, the project will not be alive if the stakeholders are not involved. Try to make people believe that it's something useful for them and it will help them. So spiral model, I'm not showing the other ones. I just want to mention spiral model because it requires the most of magic, because there's nothing known and you're just building from nothing. And it requires dogmatic management, but I would recommend, and the budget is unpredictable, but you can help to navigate people very complex situations and very complex data jungle. So, the takeaways. Some projects will fail and you can't do nothing about it. They just fail. Most projects will need more time and will be more complex than you think at the beginning, because there you will just find out and the customers will find out that there are so many opportunities. It's so interesting. Planning is the key. Do the planning and you can avoid many unwanted situations at the middle or at the end of the project. And there can be never too much support for the end users. There are some articles that I will share, so if you want to learn the success, you have to study the failure, and that's where you can find the answers that can help you day by day. And there are 2 bonus jokes I liked, especially that one. Thank you so much, and hope it was useful. And don't take it so seriously, because it can be actually very fun to help to navigate the data jungle, even if it's very hard, especially in those cases. Thank you.
Do we have any questions to that? No, then thank you very much. And I will invite our next speaker. Brian is from our partner Singular, and as Raymond mentioned in the beginning, Singular is our certified partner, and been kind of going through the trainings with actually FlexBI and getting the certificate. So if anyone listening or here wants also to become a certified partner, so you just need to actually write to us and contact us, and we can explain how and what needs to be done in order to become one. So, Brian, are you ready to go?
I'm ready.
Super. Then the floor is yours.
Nice, thanks. Good morning, team, or good afternoon, I don't know. I have to say that this is my first time as a speaker, but I'm trying to best, I promise you, okay? So I would like to introduce myself so fast. I am system engineer. I am working for Singular for more than 3 years or 4 years, I don't remember. I'm working with Atlassian for more than 10 years. Atlassian, DevOps, and all big world. And during this time, I have a lot of cases, and I select one important cases to explain to you what's important for me, why it's important for Singular, okay? Just to give you a little summary about this case is 3 years ago, we had a customer. This customer was so important for Spain because it was the most important migration between data center to cloud. This company is an energy company. It's a big energy company. Of course, I cannot say the name, but try to imagine what is the company. Why is important this company? The complexity in that moment in the migration was really hard because the amount we are talking about more than 2,000 users, 1,000 projects, now spaces in Europe, was really hard. One of the most important applications to migrate to cloud in that moment was eazyBI. After this migration, we had the opportunity to participate in the maintenance services, and we have the maintenance services for that company. This year, in January, the principal contact of the most important spaces or area in this company approached to me and said, "Hey, Brian, I need your help because I have a problem." The problem is related to the Scrum methodology. Have relation with the last conversation because we are talking about the methodology project and all this. And that was, I cannot say complex because it was not complex, but was different. She said, "Hey, Brian, I need your help because the velocity report, the burden share report, the native report in Jira is not the same if you compare the total story points at the beginning and if you go to the end and the completed story points, it's completely different." And I said, yes, of course, because you can change, you can add more story points, you can add more story tags in the sprint, okay? That's correct. But the problem is when you try to validate what is the real total story points at the beginning, you can use the native report. The answer is not. This is the problem, because the committed story points is completely different if you go to the methodology. Why? The committed story points, the native report, and the native concept, I mean, count the total story points with the modifications during the sprint. For example, if you have 100 story points in the beginning in the sprint, and if you modify the story points during the sprint, the total story points, so the committed story points, will be different in the end. That is probably the most complex situation because have relation with the methodology. Okay, so that's the problem. That was the principal problem, the concept, the committed story points. So after this issue, my responsibility was to find the solution, but additional was to find the problem too. And I had the opportunity to talk with Atlassian about this situation because, you know, when you try to figure out what is the probably incident and you don't find real incident, you need to contact the vendor. And the vendor say, hey, yeah, the problem, I know the problem. The problem is that this is the problem. Maybe you already know this key, because with this key you can find a lot of issues or internal issues in Jira. And the problem is related to the concept, not the performance in that moment. It's the concept. The committed story points is the problem. But additional, when we were working on that, we find another problem. When you have more than 100 issues in the sprint, in the report, Jira take more time to calculate the total story points. I don't know why, but I communicate this problem to Atlassian. This is a known issue for Atlassian, okay? Was the simple solution? eazyBI. eazyBI in the sample report bring this data. Okay, maybe you already know. If you go to the folders in the account in eazyBI, you can find this report. This report brings all information about the sprints. You have the committed story points. You have the points added during in the sprint and other concepts. That's really nice, because the committed story points is the real committed story points. It's not another strange concept. So with this solution, the customer say, okay, I'm okay, thanks. And additional is too fast. But I am consultant, and maybe you are consultant too. And my question to this woman was, why do you need to use this report? Because I understand the Scrum methodology, so I am curious. And she said, basically, let's see. Yeah, basically, I am use the sprint to calculate how much I need to pay to the vendors based on in the story points. Okay, that is the most important problem for them, because these guys use the total story points, or the total story points to pay vendors. Okay, for every functionality, for products, modules, and other things. And additional, the big problem with them is are using Excel. Sometimes when we see Excel in a customer, we say, hey, it's a red flag. Excel is not a red flag. Excel is a point to check what is the best solution for the customer. And after to see this situation in the customer, I was trying to build the best solution for them. And the best solution was eliminate the Excel, because the Excel can be manipulated, and that's complex if we are talking about the security. In this case is money. The solution was simple. I mean, I use Jira basically because Jira is the most important product to manage activities and continue working with Scrum. But additional, I integrate with assets. Why assets? Because every vendor have a rate, basically money per story points. But additional, I need a BI tool to solve the problem, to replace the Excel, to improve this experience. And I use eazyBI for that solution. Basically, again, maybe the solution was simple. I use the same sample report in this account and integrate two different measures. The measures is the initial cost and final cost. Basically, I calculate the total story points in the committed story points in the beginning of the sprint and multiply per rate. Okay. Every vendor have a different rate. This is the rate, the cost. Okay, and the customer know what is the total money that they need to pay to them. Okay. But additional is not only calculate the simple metric. The idea is give the best solution, or go far away. More than calculate this simple measure, I was trying to give more value for this customer, and this value was achieved with another measures. The one measure was the vendor effectiveness score. This is basically the most important metric when we try to go to the predictive measures. And basically, this is a MDX script. I will not explain that, but I go directly to the report, okay? And this is the final report. Basically, I was looking for the historical changes in the sprint. I was using the rate, I was using the modifications during the sprint to evaluate what is the best vendor for our customer. These guys had more than, I don't remember, 7, 8 vendors, and now these guys have 3 vendors, and we are one of them. That's really nice for us. And this is the principal report, and this looks so good. And again, the most important situation in this type of projects is try to see the future. Try to see the future is the most important. And we don't need to use the AI to see the future. We can calculate with simple arithmetic measures the possible future. In this case, is the projected completion. Okay, this is a percentage based on in the historical. In this case, is in the board. And that was a really nice solution for the customer, because it's not only talk about the committed story points, the concept. Now we are talking about the money and the future too. By the way, before to go to the phrase, I use the AI, the assistant, to recreate the scripts. Of course, I cannot show the real information. And it's curious because to recreate all this, that is real reports. I don't remember. This took 1 hour. Was so fast. 2 years ago, maybe to recreate all this for me, I don't know, 3 hours, 4 hours, maybe more, one day. I don't know. And just to finalize my presentation, I would like to share with you this phrase: doing right means making it easier. Sometimes is the we are thinking about it, but probably our responsibility is find the best solution for the customer, and try the best solution is make it easy. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. So do we have any questions? Anyone? Yes, Raymond has one. So catch it.
Thanks. One question about the Scrum methodology. Originally, so these agile methods came as saying that, well, your predictions are not budgets, and it was if you predict something, yeah, some story points, so actually it will be different. Now when it's tied in this project to financial commitments, so doesn't it result that vendors are trying to push up these
Yes.
story points, and so they become budgets and not estimations anymore?
Totally. That's right. This report, let's see this report. Maybe this is the most important report to give you the answer. Yes, the first point after to present this report was that is to try to estimate correctly, because the vendor sometimes try to go up in the estimation, but with this, that was the first impact. Yeah, is the real case. Yeah, I know that sometimes you are talking about the the money with the customer. If you say, hey, try to put the rate based in the story points, sounds strange, sounds weird, because sometimes the people, we are vendor, I'm calculated the cost based in hours, not in story points. But yeah, this is the case. Yeah.
So if no more questions, then thank you, Brian.
Thanks.
And our next speaker will be Gedas from also our partner, Teambit. And actually, Teambit is very kind of close partner to us geographically because they are located just next to Latvia, so in Lithuania. And also for the second year in a row, they are coming to our community days and taking this opportunity also to share some customer stories. So I hope you are ready to go. And then the floor is yours.
Yeah, you can see many screenshots here.
Nice screen.
Yeah, but look, let's go to the slides. And once again, hello everyone. So my name is Gadas, and I'm an account executive in a company that you presented, the Teambit, which is part of Ito Group, actually. And look, guys, today you already heard, and you will be hearing lots of information about structured data, about hard tables. So I'm not going to share about that. Actually, what I wanted to share is honest story about us, how we mastered resource planning as both the client of eazyBI, because we use it to run everyday business, and as a partner who sells licenses and development services to other clients. So just a bit about the context. So we are part of a big Ito group. So that's a Lithuanian group of IT companies. So there are 3 major companies in it, but they are a bit different. So first of all, the Ito Dev handles custom software development projects. So these are big projects. Some of them can last for a few years. So billable hours, right? There's a Teambit. That's us. I work there. So we are a Lithuanian Platinum Solutions partner. So what do we do here? There we sell Atlassian licenses, right? We sell Atlassian development services. Same with eazyBI. We sell both of them there. And as well, Sign and Tap. Sign and Tap is a bit different. It's a SaaS business. So they handle digital document signing and management platform and sell it as a subscription. So there's no billable hours there. They don't count their time like we do. So the thing is that billable hours is just one part of our business. The others are, that we sell licenses, we have other sources of business, but today I'll be focusing on billable hours only. So that would be Ito Dev and Teambit, because that is because there eazyBI made the biggest difference. So the strange thing is that we wear 3 hats at once. So we are a partner to eazyBI, right? So we sell their licenses. We are implementer as well. So we build dashboards, handle the training for our clients, and we are the customer itself. We use it on our own business processes every day. So probably some of you wear 1 hat or 2 hats. I know eazyBI probably wears all 3, but we wear all 3 as well. And the thing is that even though being the customer, being the partner doesn't automatically make you a good customer, So because actually when you use the tool on yourself, it's kind of uncomfortable because it shows you many not great things, because every dashboard works as a mirror. So you know what? I will tell you the honest but a bit messy story about how we handle those operations, and let's go back in time to 2020. So back then, our CEO, even though we were using eazyBI ourselves, but our CEO would ask the same question every month. So where did our hours go? And the funny thing is that, not funny, it's actually a horrible thing, is that we had to use 2 days to answer that question. So 2 days, for the 2 days, project manager would extract data from Jira, right? Paste it into Excel spreadsheets, build all the pivot tables, merge them by hand, and then finally he would get, the result. So the problem is that by the time he was done, the month was already passed. So we could only make the decisions about the last month. So that was a big problem. So, and we came to the paradox actually. So our CEO put it this way: everyone was so busy all the time, everyone had so much work to do, and yet it was still hard to tell whether that activity was actually moving us forward. And the paradox is everyone's so busy, but we cannot tell if we are on track. So that's the problem when you split the time only into 2 buckets. So we had only sole time and everything else, but no details underneath it. Resource planning. So for the team lead side, it was even harder. So imagine the client would come, right, asks about, how long will this take, this project? So it was actually, it was a guessing, because our team lead would open up old projects, some old spreadsheets, right, and give it a shot, So that wasn't great because he couldn't see if anyone on the team was overloaded. He couldn't see who was about to burn out. He didn't know who had vacations, let's say, next month. He couldn't see that fast. We even found projects from the last month that were tens of hours over the budget because just 2 people were drowning in it, right? So we had some problems. So in the middle of COVID, in the 2020, we made a big decision. So look, we are selling licenses to other clients, right? We are making the developments, so why don't we use it ourselves? Well, it sounds obvious, but actually it wasn't. So as I mentioned, using a tool on yourself is uncomfortable. It shows you all the truth. So we did it still. So our team lead actually built 99% of those early reports. He was the best candidate for that actually because he had biggest pain point and the biggest curiosity for that. Yes, let me. Yes, something stopped right there. Oh, it shows me some updates. Guys, perhaps did something on your side? No. Mm-hmm. But, mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, sometimes it helps. Okay, we're here. Well, I just have to look for the slides right now. Where are they? They're there. Okay, so let's come back, guys, okay? We had a short break. So, as I mentioned, every dashboard was like a mirror. So, if we would go, okay, I will try to go this way. Okay, now I cannot control it. Okay. So we made the decision, as I mentioned, right? And so the most important thing we did was actually this. So that every hour would get an attribute, right? So we took all our hours through the day, what we can actually calculate, and spread them into these categories. So they were build time, right, that we can build to the clients. There were future to be built to the clients. There were lost hours, some trainings, right, vacation and sick days, administration work, of course, sales. I'm a sales guy, and imagine that I have to still register all the hours through the day, but I like it actually, and some investment work. And actually, after this, suddenly busy got details, right? So we could finally ask the question, what we did yesterday and how much of it was actually billable. And that was the unlock. So, but as I mentioned, it's an honest story. So the honest part about it is that it took us 6 months before we actually trusted the data. So imagine 6 months of clicking into report and keep saying the same question, is this real, or we should change everything? And actually, it took us 1 year to settle the structure, right? So we built many dashboards. We killed it a lot along the way. And actually, talking about killed ones, at the moment, we have 240 plus reports. So of course, most of them are, experiments, one-time questions. Somebody wanted an answer, but still, it's a big number. So if you expect, to build perfect dashboard for this kind of business from day one, you will probably fail or quit. Actually, my team lead said one thought, and I actually loved it. Analytics isn't born in a day; it's born over months, and you just have to keep using it. So a beautiful quote. And now let's go into our everyday life. I will not go very deep, but this is the view our CEO looks at every morning. Well, of course, the data here is just an example data. Sorry, guys, we will not show you this, but the structure of it, the categories are all the same. So what you can see there up there is the total hours we can provide, right? So let's say there are 3,000 hours that could be logged into Jira. Then there's a percentage of it. Then there's a target, right? What we are trying to reach, and the variance. So our CEO actually opens it every day, not every month, but every day, and tries to, make the analysis. He doesn't open any other sheets and doesn't asks us any questions. So, and every 2 weeks, our management meet happens. So they're no longer, talk about all the questions, what we did in the past month. They're talking about what we can adjust this week so we could, reach the targets. If you would ask our CEO, what would be the most single KPI that is the most important? Well, of course, he would say billable rate, because if profit is a goal, right? So billable rate is a lever. So if billable rate is on the target, the profits would come. So in this case, in this example, the target is 50%, right? So how do you calculate this number? So very simple, bottom up. You just take 100% of your time and extract what you can expect, like sickness days, especially in the winter time, some vacations, administration and sales work. And with what you left is theoretically what you can sell. Of course, in this case, the last month actual was below, right? So we haven't reached the targets. And yes, it's sad, but it's true. Sometimes it happens. Not every month, is profitable and super exciting. So the thing is that what you do then, you try to, push all the levers and make and do something to reach the target. So what we do, we perhaps reallocate some resources, right? We perhaps talk with the client, rescope the project, and so on. So not perfect, but honest and fast. And talking about the team lead side, so he's always, comes with one question: who is doing what? So there you can see that 1 row per specialist. You can see that all the required hours, right? So 8 hours per day, 160 per month. Their planned client time, right? So how much he or she should provide. and predicted build, so that is as a percentage, and factual reached. So our team lead, he focuses mostly on the last two columns, and he scans all the green, red, and yellow colors and knows who to talk to today. Yes, and I would like to come back to the same thought, that we are three heads. So we are customer, we are implementer, and the partner. So interesting thing is that being a customer made us better implementers, because when you speak with the client at first, you're tempted to build those beautiful reports, with all the many dashboards and lots of data. But actually, when you're a client and you use it on yourself, you understand that 90% of those reports are never used, and like 3 months after, you understand that you only use like 3 or 4 of them. So now when we talk to the client, we always keep asking the same question. One is, what is the most important thing you want to track? Then we build it. Then if you have a second question, we can build it again. So implementer, it made us better customer as well. So we could ask, each other, how would we build this for a client, and then implement it to ourselves. And the partner had, actually, it made a good sales tool. So if a customer, some kind of lead comes and asks me, is it actually working? I just pull up, my eazyBI report with all the reds or green, colors, and show it to them. So it's the best demo then. So talking about the change, so some hard numbers. So reporting time, right? The thing is that we used to report in 2 days. Now we do it in zero time. So 10 seconds scan, and nobody measures 10 seconds, right? But reaction time. So we could only make the decision about the past month, and we couldn't do it on the present or even for the future. So now we do it the same day. And resource planning, from gut feeling to the actual hard number. So I asked the CEO, did it pay off? Well, he surely said that yes, it paid off. I asked about ROI. Well, we cannot measure it because back then we haven't measured all the, like lost opportunities, lost time back then. But yeah, I'm sure that it paid off. There are some things we want to develop more. So AI effectiveness tracking. So in the ITO group, in those two companies, ITO Dev and Teambit, all the specialists, or even me, like in my case, we are using AI, right, in everyday life. So we want to track and to understand, are the tasks completed faster? Are we delivering more per person, per month, and so on. The second thing is the client portal. The thing is that right now we issue the invoice, with the factual work with it, but we want the transparency, the trust, so we want to build this client portal so he would see, what is planned, how much budget remaining, and how much hours are spent with all the Gantt charts and so on. So at the end, if you would need to remember one thought after this presentation is that don't wait until your reports are perfect, to start using them. So built many reports. We built 240 to understand what is working for us and what we need actual. So build them, kill them, and the more the better. So yeah, and thank you for the presentation.
So any questions? Yes, so you will need to catch it now.
Hello. So first of all, congratulations for your presentation and for what you did in your company. I have 2 questions. How was the journey to make everybody to log hours and to log hours correctly? And what did you use it for that? Like a Jira plus an app?
Yeah, so actually we use, Tempo, right, to log our hours. And I had the same question when I entered the company. How did you manage everybody to use, It's, and actually it starts with the management, right? So the management, the CEO, he's the biggest owner of it. So he logs his own hours every day. So that's how it should start. The other thing is that, many people, they don't want to track their hours because they feel that they are being tracked. But actually, good point the CEO said is that if you track your own hours, yes, you know that where you put all your resources. So perhaps you would need a new employee, right? Because you're doing administration work too much, not focusing, let's say, into sales. So so that's how everyone in the company knows that it's a benefit for them, not only for the team lead to understand. Would that answer your question?
Yes, sure. Thank you.
It was close to your head. So thank you very much. Thanks again. So we had 3 great stories presented by 3 external speakers. So guys, there's nothing that holds us back from the lunch now. But before you go, so there are a couple of things. So first of all, I want to thank everyone who joined the live stream. And for you, the next session will be at 4 p.m. because the next one for us here in Riga will be the workshop. And for that one, I ask you, so whenever you finish your lunch, come back, and here will be the eazyBI guys here to help you set up for the workshop. So if you manage to finish lunch a bit earlier, it would be nice if you could come back like 10 minutes or 5 minutes before the session starts, so we can just jump on the session right on the time. Second of all, the lunch will be served if you go outside from the room, so you go downstairs, those small stairs, and there is, some kind of a restaurant area. So we just need to go through this area, and there will be a separate room for us where the lunch will be served. So just follow the guys in the eazyBI shirts. So I hope everyone will find the lunch there. So, and yes, there was one more thing that I wanted to say. So we actually have brought some photo walls. So there is a break now until 2 p.m. So if you manage to come back earlier, so you also, very welcome to take some pictures from the event to have like memories for you. So guys, enjoy the lunch, and we come back here at 2. Thank you. So is everyone ready to resume after the workshop and after the coffee break? I hope you are fueled up for 3 more sessions today to go. So please take the seats, and while you take the seats, I will introduce the next speaker. And as Raymond mentioned in the morning, Rodrigo is from our partner Nimble Evolution from Brazil, and they are traveling already to our event for the 3rd year in a row. So first one I think was in Berlin, and then the last year was Riga, and this year again Riga. So guys, big applause to you for this dedication to eazyBI Community Days. And Rodrigo, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Oh, just let me. Do I need to use it? Okay. Okay.
So while we are solving some technical issues, we will switch to the next topic that was on the agenda. So it was a tips and tricks session from our colleagues, Jānis Liepa and Gerda. And during that time, we will fix the problem with Rodrigo's presentation. Hopefully, we'll solve it, and the presentation will come up afterwards. Yes.
Okay. So, hi everyone, my name is Jānis. Do you hear it? Different than I? Yeah. Seems it doesn't work. Okay, it works. Yes, I'm a developer, and I'll tell you a little bit about this new cool feature called table header formatting. So, how many of you are familiar with table header formatting in eazyBI? Only a few hands, really? Really? And how many of you are using it? Only Martin is back there. So only our team is using it. Okay, that's very nice, very good. So I will show you this dashboard. So it's regular dashboard, nothing special there, but you see there are some columns, rows that are aligned in 2 lines, so a bit weird. So we can go to the report. Where can we manage the table header formatting? And just scroll this few pixels. We can do it with each column and save the report. So, and we go back. Now we see, oh, nice, it's in 1 line. So we fix that, and it will be in every size. So it will be in a fixed width. So that's nice. We could also maybe emphasize issues created and issues resolved, so we better know which is which. We can go here, go to this header formatting menu, and for example, make issues created blue background and issues resolved, of course, green. Apply, save, and when we go back to the dashboard, yeah, we have nice colors. So Raymond already basically described everything I will show you. In the first slide, I will just remind how it works. Of course, as you see here in this report, the cell formatting still works. And when we go to the report, we can emphasize the weekends. For example, we go here again. We maybe change the color to red and bold, as in all calendars. Apply, and do the same for Sunday. Red, bold, apply. And now we better see where is weekends. And of course, yeah, I need these 2 hands for this. Sorry. Yeah, if you hold the Shift key and drag the columns, they will all resize with the same width. And we can store it like this, and maybe now the columns are wider, we can align in center everything. No, I pressed the wrong one, just Saturday, but I want all of them. Apply and save and go back to the dashboard, and yay, it works. And of course, yeah, it's maybe too bit wide, but you can then adjust it again and make it smaller. And of course, Gantt charts have the same table, so the formatting works the same way in the Gantt chart. You can change the background colors, change alignment and width. And of course, you can also emphasize any row you want. For example, some specific scenario where you need to show one specific project, you can make it stand out like this. But that's not all, and Gerda will tell you about the rest of the Gantt chart options.
And it will be my mic, because I need 2 hands. Okay, I will not emphasize this one, so that's clear. But I want to make those headers in 2 lines, otherwise they are split in 3. So, as you see, Gantt chart very gray, not looking maybe very sophisticated, but you can add completion rate. And when you add any percentage measure to the Gantt chart, it will color the bars depending on the percentage. So we can see completion rate. And here I need to manage to get to this one because I don't want the percentage to be on the separate line. And okay, actually I will just concentrate more on the Gantt chart. No, this is a teamwork. No worries.
I prefer this.
Okay, no. Yes. Because sometimes I cannot move.
Okay.
You are following me, but okay, let's do like you. Let's. Yeah, now I will have to follow the mics. And
I will move this one.
No. Thank you. So,
For
where is-
nothing.
Okay, so can you hear me? I'm speaking. Oh, can it be a little bit? Yeah, you can hear me. Okay. It's always strange with the mic. So basically, the colors are based on the progress, and it is red if the due date, end date of this bar is in the past of today. First thing, let's make today brighter, because otherwise it's not clear where it is. Now we can see where we are today. Next thing, of course, we can apply different, this overdue color. We can change it, but I can also display. When I do it, it's gray. And the group color is the one that is used for the rest of the bar. That is, like if there is 60%, it is green, like based on the progress color. I can change it as well, but the rest is either gray or blue. And the blue, we can see if we expand the grouping, as you can see the blue colors there. And what we can do here, we can apply conditional formatting. For example, I will ask assistant, use issue end date, and color the bar red if it is in the past, or orange if it is in the next 10 days. Let's see how long it takes. Demo effect maybe, but it is thinking. So basically, I can apply the custom formula here and color the rest of the bar as I want, based on the conditions. Either it is some percentage left, or combination of due date and percentage, or based on the assignee status, or whatever other requirements you might have. And soon it should provide me with the answer. Well, it provided. Let's load the formatting. As you can see, it references the issue end date I asked and uses the relative range, yesterday, today, 10 days from now. And I apply it. And apply here. And you can see, magic. It is now colored as I asked. That is one of the new features that we have. And another one is milestones. Milestones can be defined as date fields in the report. And in the Gantt options, I can select which one I want to show, and I can select as well the color of it. So let's, well, the third one I don't want to apply. And as you can see, now the Gantt chart has some dots that can identify those milestones I added. And the last, there could be some go-live date or some milestones that applies to all of the project. And there's an option to use highlight. And let's pick this purple and apply. And you can see here another line appeared. So this is the latest features in the Gantt chart and how you can make them look really nice and combine all different requirements you can have. Of course, there is, again, monthly that has been there as well. But yeah, this was what I wanted to show you. And I hope you will explore this functionality and provide some feedback if you have in those 2 days, or write to support at eazyBI. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
Yes, this is what I wanted to ask, if you have any questions. Yeah. You will need to catch this one. But don't be afraid, it's soft.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, my question is, I suppose that is simple. how can I add the best lane in the timeline? You know, the best lane is the first day or the tentative date for a project, for a issue.
Like you have to add the date to the table and then you can highlight it?
It's not only add the column. In, let's say, for example, in another tool like Big Picture. In Big Picture, you can add the best lane. The best lane is the first and the end date.
Okay, yeah, that we don't have because this is like a set of functionality we have. So maybe you can show me exactly how you imagine it, and I will check if we can make it like already, or we need to, you know, add some improvement in our backlog.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other question?
If no questions, then thanks a lot. And we welcome back Rodrigo once again, and we know the presentation works. So, yes, so let's go.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Okay. So I'm Rodrigo. I'm from Nimbo Evolution. We are a Platinum Solution Partner from Atlassian. I work as Atlassian consultant. So as an Atlassian consultant, we come across different scenarios of our customers, of different Jira usage and implementation and configuration and challenges. And eazyBI is present in a lot of those customers. eazyBI is a well-known tool for reporting to provide analysis and decision-making. But I'm here to share with you a few cases where we use eazyBI beyond reports, is as a solution or as part of the solution. Because you're going to see that there's a lot happening in eazyBI, not just the reports. So, first case, pretty simple, exporting issues, work items from Jira. So Jira Cloud has this restriction of exporting 1,000 issues per export. And with eazyBI, you can export much more, and you can even add additional information in those exporting. So as an example, we had a scenario where the customer wanted to export the data, not for reporting, because for reporting he could use eazyBI, but he wanted to manipulate the data and import back into Jira. So as an example, I used labels. They wanted to get the labels that they were using for each issue, and they had a rule that they couldn't explain to us about how they wanted to update those new values. So they only wanted to export the data, and they didn't want to export a lot of time. So eazyBI solved that easily. Also, another case that it's quite common, it is on Jira, resolved items that do not have the resolution set. This is common still. So the Jira default workflows manage that, but if you custom them, it is quite easy to forget to set a resolution or to ask for a resolution for your Jira users. So when that happens, to fix, it's easy. You just need to set a resolution for your issues, but the date that they were resolved will be the date that you fix that. It will not be the exactly resolution date that it was supposed to be. So in a lot of these scenarios, eazyBI also helped us to get the real data and correct that information in Jira. So easily, you just need to import data into eazyBI, and you can create a formula, a calculated measure, getting the last time that an issue was transitioned to a specific status. You just need to understand how is the workflow and when it was supposed to be resolved. And don't be afraid to write formulas, because a system can help you. And also, in a lot of scenarios, maybe there's a complex case where you're gonna need a JavaScript code, but you can also do it with the assistant, so don't be afraid of coding. And fun fact, last week we just had another case of not having fixed the resolution dates, but that customer didn't had eazyBI, so not so funny, because we had to do like the Asians did to find the real resolution date. So the solution is simple. You just get data from eazyBI. eazyBI generates the correct information for you, so you can export it and upload it back to Jira. And another case, this, I need to just give you the context. So it was a customer that needed to add a field in all of the Jira projects, but the problem is that there was too many screens, because in that instance, any user could be an admin for 7 days. So there's a lot of projects and fields and screens. So firstly, we wanted to understand why they were adding that field and why in all the projects. But as time was sensitive, we needed to firstly add that field into all the projects, and then we could understand better and do the proper solution. So for that scenario, adding the field in the screen, it is easy, but when you have to do it multiple times, it can take very long. So we found out that we can do it through API, and there's an endpoint for Jira that can get you all the screens. So we needed the screens IDs to be able to add that field into the screens. So with eazyBI, we imported that information using the REST API source data. But to add a field into a screen, you need to specify the tab that you need to add that field. So there's also another endpoint where you can get all the tabs from a specific screen. And then having the ID of the tab and the ID of the screen, you can add the field. So we needed to add the tab ID information. So eazyBI also allows us to do additional mapping of data when you are importing the data into the cube, and that's what we use it with a custom JavaScript. For each return of screen, we did another call to get the tabs, and we only wanted the first tab, so that's why we're getting the 0 result. We just needed one screen to do it, and so now we have the IDs of the screens and the first tab ID to import, and then just for being easier, we have created another column to concatenate these informations because we exported that data and use it Postman to do multiple post requests, one for each screen with the tab ID. So eazyBI get data from Jira, which is the screens and tabs. We get them together, export it as CSV, use a Postman to add all of the fields, into the screens. And lastly, this is the last case, extracting user properties. So in that other scenario, the client was using the user properties
to define the squads of each person in the company. But there was no easy way to show who belongs to each squads and who were in each squad. Because it's not easy to get that information only using Jira. So what we did was, again, connecting eazyBI to Jira itself, but through REST API. So we get all the members of a specific group, because everybody of the company was in this specific group. And for each result of, for each row which represented a user, we also did additional data mapping to get the property, which is the squad ID, and this ID was related to the options IDs of a custom field in Jira. So we did, again, another REST API call. So it was, in total, 3 REST API calls. The first one, and for each row, 2 additional ones. So we can get the actual value, not just the ID. So we mapped these informations as properties and as a dimension to be able to build these 2 tables. One showing who belonged to each squad, and the squad who were the users above it. So this was now easy for everybody in the company to know who belongs to its squads. So just to wrap it up, we can see that eazyBI goes beyond reports. It can also overcome product limitations, find the correct information, help you on configuration, also provides transparency, and I bet that much more. If you have already used eazyBI in a different scenario, I would like to know. I would like for you to share. It can be in the question sessions, it can be later. And if you haven't, I believe that this can be at least a spark for you to start seeing eazyBI as a tool that can do more than reporting. And that's it, guys. Thank you.
So do we have any questions to Rodrigo? Raymond, okay.
So as you are, in your examples, you were exporting results to CSV. So I was wondering if the upcoming feature of having eazyBI CLI will help you in these automation scenarios?
Sure.
Yeah.
It will.
And probably as well, yeah, this multiple REST API endpoints, that also seemed that you had some example with. Yeah, so it's nice to see that it will be helpful for you in these scenarios.
Certainly.
Yeah, thanks.
Any other questions? No? Then Rodrigo, thanks a lot for your presentation. Once again. And for today, we have one more session left. And it's my pleasure to invite here in front of us one of the Yanis. And by the way, do you know how many we have in the company?
A lot.
A lot. So what are other answers? Too many. What else?
Not enough.
Not enough. Oh, so we need to hire more Yanis, yeah?
No one left.
No one left in Latvia. No, that's not true, though Yanis was very popular name actually some time ago. And nowadays there are not that many Yanis anymore. Yeah, so one colleague about this Yanis said that you can actually go and ask any question to him, and he will give you the answer. But it's not only about that, but you will also, after this conversation, feel much better. So that's why I'm very happy to invite you on the stage for the first time in eazyBI Community Days. So let's give applause.
Hello, everyone. I am Yanis, and I am
a developer here, but the topic is not about development. And also, I am the last thing standing between you and the after party. So let's make it worth our while. And the topic came to me during the last community days when there were a lot of talks about how to do things, instructions, or what to do when you need something, and these success stories from our customers or partners. But what I wanted to hear about was maybe someone could do some basic exploration of what it is that the reports actually do and why do they do that. Kind of like a warm-up for people that do sports. And the better you are, maybe you should pay more attention to the warm-up. So when Ilse asked me, are you open to give a talk next year? I foolishly said yes. So here we are. And how do we start this? Stafford Beer was he was a professor and a consultant in the UK during the last century, and he coined this phrase in context of systems analysis, that you could argue what the system should do, but at the basic level, the purpose of a system is what it does. And I think it can also be applied to reports. The purpose of a report is what it does. And what does that mean? Well, maybe hard to do right now at the end of the day, but imagine you are in a meeting and the analyst has come and he has prepared a dashboard. He has 10 reports. He has selected his 10 drop-down filters. He has added all the measures you need for context, because more context helps you understand things. And he is explaining things and everybody is nodding along, then they get it. But what do you see? And you don't get it. And who is correct here? How can it be that, well, this was not his intent, right? He didn't want you to do this. He wanted for you to see things. But, well, unfortunately, this is what his reports communicate. And if we go back to the previous slide, well, it turns out that is the purpose of these reports, to look like this, because this is what they do. And how can the purpose and the intent be so different? And because of the choices that go into making a report or a dashboard or anything. And let's see what goes into that. eazyBI, well, you're using eazyBI, and that means you do not have to draw your charts with your hands. And that makes your job a lot simpler. But that does not excuse you from responsibility, and you still have to make decisions about the reports you have made. And those are your choices. And yes, the choices that eazyBI makes for you are your implicit choices. And that's how it is so simple, because you don't have to think about it. eazyBI thinks for you. Yes, so let's go over a few things eazyBI does for you. And what is the default choice? Something simple, a color. Well, you don't need to do anything to get colors in eazyBI. You click on the bar chart and it's colored. You click on the line chart, lines are colored. And well, you can also, eazyBI gives you choices. If you want some different colors, you get a color picker. Those are colors picked by our designers, handcrafted here in Latvia. And you can choose from them. You can also get some default choices from your sample reports or our demo account in cloud. And let's look at the colors in the demo account. This is, I looked at the colors in the Jira demo account on cloud and how often they were used. As you can see, well, the green is the most popular, followed by blue and red. Those are choices that were not made by you. Those are choices that were made by someone else. And how does that compare to what people are actually using? Well, we can also look at that because we can get the data. This is what is in the Jira demo account. This is the distribution on the cloud. The demo account has more teal. People on the cloud use less teal, a bit more custom colors. Well, that's good. Your people are making their own choices. And I want to show you an example when the default choice can be not enough. This is a real report with real data. It's top-selling add-ons on Jira Cloud over time from 2022 to 2025 when the Atlassian changed the endpoint, and I was not bothered to look for the new one. And it is hard to follow. It is the default. You choose the line chart, and this is how it's colored. And if you're presenting in person, well, you can put your mouse cursor over the line and say, well, look at this, and that line gets big, and the other lines get small, and you can understand something. You can point to the other one, and, well, you can also look at that one. But you can also choose to export this in a PDF. And what happens then? You don't get any mouse over functionality. So if I receive this file in a PDF, well, what do I see? Well, what was the purpose of this report? Was the intent to just, well, you slap the export button and send it, and then you go home, and that's done? Or maybe, was the intent for me to understand this? Because if I open it, I can see the tiny letters. Well, this is not meant to be understood. Well, how can we work around it if we still want this to be understood by people looking at it from the PDF? Well, remember that one, gray is also a color, and two, there is no rule against reusing colors in a chart. And well, you can also receive this one in a PDF. Well, now you can see what the intent was, that I want you to look at this line. This is the important one. And those other ones, those are in the background. Those are not the focus right now. So this is a case when you need to make your own choices because the default one was not good enough. Which also leads us into another comparison. Exploration and persuasion, these are modes of data analysis. You are exploring when you open the Analyze tab, press New, and drag around your dimensions, select, remove, drill down. You are looking for the signal in the sea of data. And when you find it, well, then you switch to persuasion. You try to present it to people like, this is what I found. This is what I want you to look at. And well, it says eazyBI. The BI means business intelligence, and that means exploration by default. This is, you are looking for something. So it is sometimes hard to get away from that. How does it look visually? Well, what is on your screen? What takes up your screen real estate? This, in the red, that is part of the process of finding things. And that tiny part at the bottom, that's the result. And here we can see, well, we are mostly about the process here. And you click on the measures and expand it, and that's like 80% of your screen is for the process and a little bit for the result, which is good enough for you during the work. You're looking, you can see it. Because, well, process and the answer, and can we get away from that? Because this is the export to PDF. Is this really a part of the result? Should it be there? And well, your default mode of work is you make a flexible report and you add those filters, and then you go, well, your project gets a copy, your project gets a copy, your project gets a copy. And it's all easy and fine, and you just select your project from the drop-down and you will get what you need. But, well, I'm a lazy person. Well, why should I switch it? And you're the analyst. Well, isn't it your job to switch it? Why is there a box that says all fixed versions? Why do I need that here in this view? And the feeling here is like you were doing some renovations, you were painting the walls a new color, and you finish and you move the furniture back in the room, and you go in there and you say, well, it's finished. You can live here. But why is there still a paint bucket standing in the middle of the room? Well, it's fine. Just live here. And yes, this is more like an echo of what you were doing. You added this filter, you tried different selections, well, nothing stands out, revert it to all member, leave it in place for later usage. But maybe the people don't need it. And if you leave it, the report looks less final. It looks like there's still some work going on. There's still a paint bucket there. Well, for how to present your final findings, you may have read, this is the gold standard on how to present your findings, your final findings. So people that do data visualization, who has read any of these? Who has heard of these? Okay, congratulations. You should tell more people about it. Now, what if you don't want to present your final information? Like, you're not really sure what the data means. Or maybe you know what it means, but I don't really want to be responsible for these findings. You can do the opposite of what this says. Well, the Tufte is more concerned about ink to data ratio. Like, there should be less ink and more data. As much data with as little ink as possible. And you can do the opposite. Like, you can pull up to the meeting with 5 tabs of these instead of a dashboard. That is a decision you can make. Like, boss, we are really overwhelmed here with the data analysis. Maybe we should hire another data analyst. Or, well, we're not sure what this data means. There's still ongoing work. Look at all these paint buckets around me. And yes, another choices you can make is you can present your data in a neutral way, or you can introduce some bias. I'd like to think that any data analysis tool is neutral by default. It's just your data presented. Like, you can put it in a table, you can draw it in a chart, which are usually present data as it is, but you can introduce a bias. Well, these are usually what are called chart crimes. At the basic level, y-axis manipulation. Like, you see where this starts. And depending on your y-axis, which you can cut off, which eazyBI also allows you to do, because it is useful. And the answer to why people keep doing this is because it works. And your data literacy can mitigate a little bit, but not entirely. So if you know what this is trying to do, and in some way it is successful because, well, you see that there is an increase, because if it was just a big chart, the increase at the very top is not noticeable. The AI companies are also very fond of this. Like when the new model comes out, the previous model is at the very bottom. You cut the y-axis like razor thin. There is also another way to create bias, but in this case, it works a little differently. The research is like, you look at this chart, and they ask people question, well, who do you think will win the student elections in year 4? And this is the last year's data. Well, you can see, well, green is increasing, but blue is on top every year. Now, this is specifically designed to be ambiguous. You can't really tell. Well, one is growing, but the other is kind of also growing, and you can add a caption. And blue has won for the past 3 years. And people say, well, yeah, the report is fine, but you are a bit biased. And this is their opinion of you and not of the data, because it doesn't really change their evaluation of the data. Or you can put a completely biased title and say, well, green will surely win this year. And people still evaluate the data same way, but they say, well, yeah, I see that you are really biased. So something to keep in mind when adding descriptive titles. Like, do you wish to come across as biased? If it's not completely neutral, then make a decision about that. Another way you can make choices is you can report on real data or calculated data. And we all know calculated members, measures. You all write MDX. You're very good at that. And let's look at some very basic report. Now, I think everyone can understand what this is. This is SLA report. And as we see, the team's performance is pretty depressing. And, well, you think, well, this chart basically shows all there is to know about the team. And if your goal is to know about the team, then this is where you stay. But you are their team lead. And, well, you can look in their eyes and see that they are dead inside because they have no idea what success looks like. And if you just could give them a bit of dopamine so they keep coming to work, well, maybe that would lead somewhere. And there is an industry, a pretty big one, that has done a lot of research on how to give people dopamine so they keep showing up. Because did you know that the slot machines, when you almost hit the jackpot, they play you a sound that is almost like the jackpot sound? Or when you do sports betting and you lose very narrowly your bet, they will surely make you know that, hey, you were really, really close. And people go like, yes, I almost did it. And the brain works in a way that's basically the same reward as actually doing it. But you just keep spending money. Now, how do we motivate the team? Well, with a bit of creative, calculated members, you can introduce a measure called almost compliant. You see, team, we did it. This, we should just keep on working because we are fully almost compliant. And what do you know? People may keep showing up. Now, some of you may have a question, or should have a question. Isn't this just manipulation? Isn't this wrong, or is it even legal? And I want to turn this into a bit of a story. Well, I have kids, and when they were small, they would come to me and say, well, Dad, look, I made a drawing. And you look at the drawing, and it's a kid's drawing. It's bad. And then you say, wow, thank you. This is really nice. And what is the lesson to be learned there? Well, one that it can be manipulation or it can be just thoughtful communication. That's one lesson. The other lesson is that I am not your dad. And we are all grown-ups here, and you are responsible for your own decisions. So if you do decide to be creative with calculated members, then those are your calculated members. And in what context are you doing it? Well, is it your team? Well, team, congratulations, we almost did it. Or, well, that's your team, that's up to you and them. Well, or if your boss asks, well, can you recolor this to be almost the same color before we include this in the shareholder report this quarter? Well, then I am not your dad, and I am also not your lawyer. But be careful. Now, you can also judge reports on what's in them, and if you know the reports, you can also judge them on what is not in them. Now, what does that mean? These reports, the lines are all the same, and on the top, they are almost the same. Is it visible? Well, this one includes an unused member, all assignees. And as an employee in a corporation, these two reports with the same data can give a very different vibe. Because if you show one report to one person and the other to another, and one later says, well, I know what the team is doing, this is a team effort. And the other says, well, I know what I measured on, and I will make sure to grab a lot of issues, small ones, to resolve next time. Can you map it back to who of them saw which report? Well, I think you can. There's also, you can look at, well, this is Project Demo Alpha. What can I tell about that? Well, I am a developer. I work for the Project Alpha. This is my only project. You're a manager. You work on many projects. You are more important than me. Or maybe I know that you are a manager and you only work on Project Alpha, then, well, what are you doing there? Who are you trying to impress? This is also something you can tell about the report from what is not really there. And you can go on, like you watch 5 seasons of Sherlock and write a whole presentation about that. Now, what do we do with all of that? So you can see that you can, and maybe you should put your thoughts to what do you want your reports to do? And you should also think about the people that are looking at them. What is the purpose? What do they actually do for the people that use them? And yes, remember that we are all human here, and a little empathy goes a long way. And that is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? No questions then. Thanks a lot. Oh, there is a question. Yes, yes. Now ready?
I have a question about the charts. In the very beginning of the presentation, there were some chart types which I haven't seen. And are those real charts or just some screenshots or pictures? Like this, yes, this one.
This is a real screenshot from a real eazyBI. But as you see, this is running inside the Jira data center. And if you read the eazyBI documentation, there is a section on chart customizations, which says that you can put some templates, some files in the Jira home, and if you restart eazyBI, it will pick it up, and if there's new chart types there, it will have them.
Thank you.
That's on cloud.
Some more questions? Yes, here you go.
Yeah, hi. This presentation is a fresh breath, honestly. You touch upon this human side of working with data, and this really puts on more questions than answers, I guess. So if we perceive working with data as something objective, you know, you show the gold standard of visualization, and we want it to be objective because that's, you know, the whole thing behind the data. How can we construct the report so that we can avoid the objectivity, the subjectivity and all that, you know, so that the interpretation overrides the actual purpose of the report? Because, you know, I work in marketing, and that's what I'm fighting with, like, every single day. You know, people judge based on their own beliefs and not on what the data shows us. Well, the marketing people not, so. Yeah, so what's your take on this?
It is a long journey, and well, on the day-to-day basis, you can talk to people. If you present in person, you can talk to them about what they saw. Also, it is a really big and hard topic in general, because you can get a PhD in cross-cultural communication. So you can start and you can go very far and not reach the end. I cannot give you a full answer here.
Thanks. Any more questions? No. Then thank you very much for your presentation. So guys, this is it. We made it through the day, first day of the sessions. So a couple of information points here. We do have an after party starting at 7 p.m. At 20 minutes to 7, here downstairs next to the hotel in the lobby. You will be met by Svetlana. Svetlana, can you just wave to everyone? So she will be the one there to simply walk you. You can walk together to the after party place. So this is information point number 1. So number 2 is the run and the walk tomorrow morning. So we also meet in the lobby of the hotel at 7:15. If you come by at 7, as it's written in the agenda, it's also fine. So just stay there and wait. Everyone will come, and you go for a walk or a run, or you can already warm up here next in the park, next to the hotel. There's a nice park here. So this is the point number 2, and the point number 3 is that tomorrow we start sessions similarly as today at 9:30. You can come here earlier, so we have a time planned for the networking. So. Yes, so with this one, I thank you very much for day number 1 here at eazyBI Community Days, and see you tonight at the party. So don't miss it. There will be grilling, there will be some games to play, and hopefully we have fun today together. So see you, and thanks.